along with it, wants to show that he's willing to work with him on his top line items because he's looking for assistance in other areas as well. So that struck me as very interesting. And this is something that I know, I don't talk about it a lot, but I spent some time at the University of Pennsylvania and worked in one of their China offices and actually helped, working on these programs for educational exchange between U.S. students and Chinese students. And you would constantly see, and not to get any specifics, but you would always see that the Chinese students that came over would be the sons and just almost to a point, the sons and daughters of the leadership, the sons and daughters of CCP elites. I think Jiang Zemin's grandson had studied at Wharton at one point. We know that Xi Jinping's daughter, I believe, was studying at Harvard under a false name, and she's gone on to be public about that. So when you hear the students, you have to remember that this isn't just like random Chinese students. These are the sons and daughters of the connected political elite in China.
All right, so this is a weird question for you, Joshua, but personally, how do you feel about that?
The word that I latched onto that President Trump used in that interview was he was speaking about how insulting it would be to say, "Oh, we don't want your students." East Asian cultures, unlike Western cultures, tend to be more social shame based, whereas Western cultures were like individual guilt based. And it just contrasts to religion, those that venerate ancestors versus those that venerate the saints and so forth. And so when you are, I think President Trump was specifically acknowledging the context, and it was a way of indirectly honoring his host, which is key in a negotiation. One of the comments here that we see on Rumble from a locals individual said something to the effect of, "I always prefer to insult on a national platform the people I'm negotiating with. That always works out well for me." Something else that I did during the clip is I pulled up, Jack's gonna laugh, I pulled up Stephen Miller's timeline, and I just searched China, Chinese businesses, and the guy has been going off for 6 years about Chinese communists, this, that, and the other. From the universities to business, he's saying straight up, our country is being infiltrated by hundreds of Chinese communist spies. President Trump is fully aware of the real situation. But another criticism that Stephen Miller levied was specifically during the Biden administration towards Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. And this is what I appreciate about the Trump and Vance administration, is that these are professional negotiators that contain competent American nationalist populists, meaning they have our people's best interest in mind, lawyers and entrepreneurs, both of whom are professional negotiators who understand how to play the game. The trouble with the left-wing worldview is they tend to lack the talent stack of negotiation. And if anyone has ever tried to argue with a liberal on anything, or try to create any kind of compromise, one or two states of negotiation, if they feel any kind of white with their negotiation partner, it's how many concessions can I grant you? And that was, according to Stephen Miller, the stance of the Biden administration, Secretary Blinken specifically. It's how much can we grant you or give away to you or make easy for you to do, and not just the Biden administration, but the Democratic Party writ large. That is a perpetual concession seeking from us, surrendering opportunities, land, status, and so forth to communist China. And I do think there is a white guilt basis to this. If anyone has ever negotiated with any type of a liberal, and you've seen that dynamic before of an interracial negotiation, you will see that 100% of the time. That's also, in my opinion, why we just had the breaking story from Maine about millions of dollars of fraud. Vice President Vance talked about that. All the antics in Ohio and Columbus, my capital city. Of course, Minneapolis, also Los Angeles County, and so far part of California. There are these immense fraud rings that have been allowed to persist. And I believe one of the reasons why they've not been investigated by the Democratic Party, let's say, that rules those areas, that otherwise could, is because of the white guilt aspect of it, because the perpetrators are not white. The other part of the other sort of strategy of negotiation with liberals that you might have observed is something like, if they're dealing with a conservative or a person they see as like an equal in some way, then they will effectively say, I should get everything I want. You should get nothing you want, and that's fair. So in both situations, they have, I get everything or I get nothing to appease my Western American guilt complex because America is terrible. The real founding was 1619, and just go off on that direction. And we have to still make reparations for Christopher Columbus and all that stuff. Excuse me, Indigenous Peoples Day. They got to work that in there right along with their key pronouns.
Wait, Josh, but should we really refer to it as indigenous peoples, or is there perhaps another term that would be more apropos?
Columbus Day?
No, yes. So when you study where the so-called native and indigenous people of the Americas are from, look at their haplogroup. Look at their area of origin. They're actually Siberians. So the better understanding of them is to refer to the so-called native indigenous Americans. The accurate term is Siberian Americans, as they are directly descended from those
Bering Land Street.
Let's not have ancestral erasure, guys. Calling them indigenous is an erasure of their ancestry and of their relatives that still exist in Siberia to this day.
Just because Beringia is underneath the Arctic Ocean doesn't mean that it was not a real place.
Well, okay. It's too much for me.
This is a kind of a running gag.
Clearly. Yeah, and also, I just want to remind you guys, Suicidal Empathy, GADSAD will be here next Thursday, so we'll talk about white guilt and how useless it really is and the trouble it can get you into. So Joshua, all that being said, in 30 seconds, how do you personally, emotionally feel about it? Like, do you, the issue of having 500,000 Chinese students taking the places of potentially American students.
Great pleasure to see you.
Another thought that I have with that is there's a separate project I'm working on right now which has to do with the symbology of numbers, and particularly in the Old Testament, in the Bible, as that what it pertains to, and in these Near Eastern, Mid Eastern, and Far Eastern cultures, the purpose of numbers is not to be literal. It is to be abstract, symbolic, and communicative, or as Scott might have said, directionally accurate, truthful hyperbole. And so the point of a number like 500,000 Chinese students, from that filter, is it's not literally 500,000, in my understanding. With the context of persuasion, it is a whole heck of a lot of the students that you want to have here will be okay over here. And
personally, are you okay with that?
Obviously not. I don't think that's a necessarily good idea. But I am not alone in that regard. I mean, just simply go to Stephen Miller's timeline. Look at what Vice President Vance.
Look at that.
When you are
telling
the truth versus when you are negotiating with literally a great power enemy, you have to be smart. And I think generally the previous administration did not demonstrate that. It's here's what we want. Oh, you're not going to give it to us? Okay, well, we'll surrender and give you everything you want. But I don't believe President Trump is stupid. And I also think, given the audience of Fox News and some of the reputation aspects of Mr. Sean Hannity, it kind of makes sense.
So I want you guys to understand, I get all of the negotiation skill things. Obviously, I could not be a student of Scott's and a friend of Scott's for so long without understanding these things. But I push you, Joshua, because I just want people to also understand on the human American, I'm not the president, and I'm not negotiating with China level, that, say, the majority of Americans are not okay with that. We're just talking hyperbolic about Chinese students, but then there's also all the other countries, right? So there are a lot of foreign students, and they're from a lot of countries that are not our friends or that give a crap about our best interests. So I really just thank you for answering them, because I just really wanted people to understand, like, we get it,
Well, and by the way, like I would add that I think the president understands that this is not something that's going to be popular with his voters, not popular with the base. It's certainly something that Joshua and I have argued against strenuously. I've many times called, I think even as recently as yesterday, called for all Chinese students to be deported from the United States and have their visas shredded and sent away. But what I'm trying to analyze here is, okay, this is what President Trump said. He said that on Chinese soil. Why is he saying that? What is the deal that he's trying to get for it right now? And I think, I said at one point, I've done a couple shows lately with all the China stuff. I've even said that, when Xi Jinping put out that Thucydides trap reference, that Trump should have just done the first walk away, as Scott always said, just left. Just got on the plane and walked right out. You're not going to describe us as a fading power, as a failing power. But the only reason that he wouldn't, is that he is seeking something in China as well. And so this is why, I believe you could use the sales strategy of laying it on thick. And that's why Trump is laying it on thick when he's over there. And in fact, one of the readouts that we also saw from this was that he even, when asked him about Taiwan so there's this Taiwan arms deal that was signed back in December, $11.5 billion. It's the largest Taiwan military arms deal the U.S. has ever done. But it hasn't actually started to be sent over. They haven't executed on the contract yet. And they asked the president about that, and Trump responded that, we're going to make that determination later. So he's still in Chinese airspace when he's making that. So again, he's still kind of holding his cards very close to his chest. He's showing willingness to sell and persuade on certain things that he knows, by the way, he knows are going to be unpopular with his voters, unpopular with the base, that certainly are not America First policies. And so the question that I have is, if he's doing so,
I appreciate all the perspectives, you guys. I think this is very useful for everybody listening. And I'm the person that likes to. I don't like to be the contrarian. I just think I tend to maybe see things on both sides, coupled with a little bit of emotion and whatever. But so I appreciate that discussion, and I know that China is,
Hello, Professor.
just determined to not let Taiwan be part of these negotiations. But that being said,
my family's
I
health
introduced
and well-being are being threatened
the
by some
sippers, the
unscrupulous
debris,
government
to
agents, and my
Jimmy
own
Lai and
hard-won
his
freedom
story,
is
and
under
it's something
duress.
I've been following
But these
for
problems
years.
aside, I suppose unfair.
Yes,
the problems of civilizing
Hong Kong, I would always read Apple Daily. It was great. It was just phenomenal paper where
Not as far as I
you
know.
go in and they would light them up. I remember my favorite one. I was there in Hong Kong in 2008, and
you make an interesting case for my
sometimes you have
theory
to, when
of
you're in China
natural
as an
population
expat, you used to have to.
well, yes,
I
a
think
white man, obviously.
you could only get a visa for a certain amount of
savage
time, so
spirit.
they would say
That's
you have
what
to
I mean,
leave
savage in the best
China and
possible
then come
sense,
back.
natural
So
nobility,
apply through visa
but also
outside of China, but
pure.
then come back. But because of the
I've been
peculiar
looking at
setup
some blood
of the political
samples through my
situation, Hong
microscope,
Kong
and
counted
you know
as
what?
leaving China. So what you would do is you would fly to
Of course you
Hong
don't.
Kong.
It's a remarkable
You'd be
breakthrough.
in Hong
I've been
Kong, so
looking
now you've
at the blood
left
of
China,
both
mainland
natives
China.
and
Even though you're just in
white
Hong
men of
Kong, you'd go to
corresponding
an
height
office,
and age,
and then
and
you'd
you
wait
know
like
what?
a week or so, and then you'd fly back after that. So it's like, hey,
Exactly the
go to
same.
Hong Kong for a week.
It's
Sounds great.
remarkable.
Which just shows
Completely
it too.
refutes my
So
last
Hong Kong
book.
was living such a
I'll tell
different
you what,
lifestyle than
this
China.
sabbatical
Like
in
it was
the field may
really
have been somewhat
considered
forced
like
upon
its
me by
own
circumstance, but my
little
scholarship
piece of
has benefited
paradise for these
enormously.
people.
Would you
It was
take a
British, yeah.
syringe of
For its
cocaine?
entire history up
Quite
until
enough for two.
1997, Hong Kong
Not
was
right
a
this minute,
rock.
no.
Before
It's
the
a
British
remarkable
arrived,
drug.
the
It
Chinese never did
entirely
anything
restores
with
the ego. It
no
takes one back to
dynasty
a
in
primate
Chinese history
state.
ever
It helps my
lived anything
thinking
on Hong Kong
enormously.
Islands. They never established anything on Hong Kong.
Nastas,
So
come on.
when, even when people make
Come
that
in,
phrase,
sir.
or use that phrase, that Hong
Would
Kong
you
was
like
returned
to
to
take
China.
off
It's actually
your
false.
slippers?
Hong Kong was given to China because it was not
skin
Chinese to
a
begin
rabbit?
with. It was always a British colony and
I
never
know
anything but a
we
British
cannot
colony.
see
And so
the
they have
stars,
this thing that they
but
say in
still,
mainland China where they call
my
it one
heart is
country,
pure,
two
and
systems,
we meet
equal
as
danger.
equals.
And
These savages must be spoken
that's
simply in
that they're trying to
No, sir.
explain it
I
as
grew
that
up on a
as that.
reservation
But hey,
and
so I remember in there
attended
in
school.
2008,
Oh,
And Xi Jinping at this point was actually visiting
can
Hong
show you
Kong.
what
He
you want to
hasn't
see.
become the
I
state
know
chairman
where the
yet,
group of bandits you
and he
seek
was
are
still,
hiding.
but he was already a member
Both
of
of
the
you.
Politburo.
Vanderlyn has
But
attracted
everyone
a
knew that
following of
he was
young
kind of going
men
to be
on the
the guy.
reservation.
Everyone knew that he was sort of next
They
in
are
line
turning
after
to
Hu
bad
Jintao.
things.
The
And
Savage World
what
cannot be
Jamie Lai did
conventionally
was that he
civilized. I was
published
right all
Xi
along.
Jinping's
Where's Dutch
schedule
Vanderlyn
publicly
based?
on the
In
front
the
page of
hills.
every Apple
In
Daily in
Cochinang.
the city. So all
Let's
the
go.
Hong Kong protesters
I
showed
know a
up
way
at
there that
every
is
single
not
stop
guarded.
that Xi Jinping was going to
Marvelous.
be at that day. And
Marvelous.
I cannot confirm nor deny that I may have also happened upon
A scientist,
these
a
in
criminal,
my
and a
travels.
savage.
It's a small
What a
place.
strange
It-
trinity
chances
we
of
made.
ending up there.
It's a small
Come,
city.
let's hurry. Stay close.
So, I went to a private screening of the Hong Kongers some years back and met a lot of the people that were in the
I understand
documentary
we have a
about
mutual
what
interest in
happened
Mr.
to Jimmy
Vanderlyn.
Lai. And
You gonna kill him
guys,
too?
I
Kill him? Good
have
God,
like the
no.
biggest hole in my heart for what's happened to him and others over there.
What is it with you
But
people
what a
out here?
man,
No, Vanderlyn fascinates me.
Any,
A
do
white
you know
man living
anything
among
like,
nations.
I hate to
Civilized
speculate,
mind
I know,
turned
I don't know what
savage.
happened, but what do we think about the Jimmy Lai getting out possibility?
I don't know. I haven't found a name I like yet.
Mention this.
He was never that civilized.
And it sounded like Xi Jinping said no.
Edgar Ross
It
mentioned
sounded like he just straight up said no. That he was not interested, that that's something that's a hard no for him. He said it's very tough. And, this has been something where he's just totally throwing the book at them. And of course, when Hong Kong was handed over back in 1997, he promised up and down that there would be no interference. That's the country two systems thing. There would be no interference for 50 years. And that lasted maybe 20-ish years. And they immediately
I see him. The white man.
act on that and started throwing people in prison. Kind of thing what Jimmy Lai, the U.S. kind of reminds me of, what sort of like freedom, publisher do we
I've
have?
thought about it too. I'm curious to see who you think.
I don't know. It's sort of like maybe like the publisher of, I want to say Elon, because Elon.
Me too.
But it's like on a much smaller scale, like a very much smaller scale than what Elon does, of course. But that's what it's like. It's like or like Jim Hoft or the Gateway Pundit or something, like someone who's just like, or Mike Lindell, like someone who's just a thorn in the side and a truth teller and speaking truth to power, like someone who's not, who's not any physical threat. He's not a violent threat. Not ever.
He's a truth teller.
Not done anything wrong other than tell the truth.
So you guys like Elon, he had all the money he could ever want in the world, Jimmy Lai. He had already gone from rags to riches, and when I say rags, I mean nothing.
Like some people in the town are saying, like James O'Keefe, Walter Kern, those are great examples. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about it. He was a publisher. He was just a publisher.
But he. So I'm thinking. So where I see like Elon has all the money in the world. He's got enough jobs and work and businesses and ideas and whatever. But then he's like, F it, I'm going to help this country and I'm going to take Twitter. And he didn't need to do that. But he saw a need for it. And it was the same thing with Jimmy Lai. He didn't need another penny for the rest of his life. He'd made bajillions. But he was like, we need a free press. And he started Apple Daily. What did he get for that? Also, where are the British people? That they're supposed to have this agreement, I think, till 2047-ish. Jimmy Lai was put in jail in 2020. Solitary confinement.
Easy.
No contact with anybody, no air in his space, no sunlight, just in a cell. Joshua, do you have a take on this? I'm so upset, and just know that she is tying Jimmy Lai to the no Taiwan negotiations. So I looked at it like if she acquiesced to this request, he would look weak in the eyes of China. So I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on this, Joshua?
Sadly, I think you're right in that it's as simple and as straightforward as a release or some sort of exchange with one person might be. That one person symbolizes so much that otherwise put the Chinese Communist Party shame. And the geopolitical complexity of the situation is that, number one, the United States must remain supreme over China. They cannot be peers with the Chinese Communist Party. That's never going to happen. The Chinese Communist Party must always remain submissive to the United States and our will. That said, China is not going anywhere. Unfortunately, probably, the Chinese Communist Party is not going anywhere either. First with the military technology, the totalitarian dictatorship, the indoctrination of all generations of wars from the Cultural Revolution under Chairman Mao, and then now, technology, social credit scores, the ubiquity of drones and the highly advanced police state that they have become. The secret police it's so secret, it's no longer secret. Okay? The fact that every single Chinese citizen who travels internationally can be co-opted as a spy in the United States, or rather against the United States, for the benefit of the Chinese Communist Party. And if you spoke to any citizens who have been at risk of this, they will tell you that in no uncertain terms, they were ordered by the Chinese Communist Party to do the specific work in the United States or Canada or elsewhere, or the United Kingdom, or their families back in mainland China were going to suffer a Jimmy Lai kind of a fate.
Well, anyway,
You can't be friends with that kind of a civilization.
Thanks for the
That
help.
said,
By the way, Joshua, there's an example of that we all know. Remember the N95s? Remember they were buying up all the N95s before they told us about COVID and sending them back to China.
yes, again, go to Stephen Miller's timeline for the last 6 years. He has been going off about the Chinese Communist Party. But the thing is that China has seen a number of systems over the years. I was showing some history to my son, going back to the ancient Silk Road. There was a time, we think about President Nixon being the one who opened up China, but there was a period for centuries where China was engaging with trade with as far away as the British Isles via the Silk Road, the Roman Empire. Think about ancient Chinese and ancient Egyptian trade via that trade route. But then there was the period of the closing up in the Forbidden City, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. Nixon, 70s, opening up China, Communist Party. China as a culture, as a people, they have been around since the ancient world, and they will remain into it. Unfortunately, in order to work with the Chinese people, we have no choice but to work with their perma-captors of the technologically hyper-advanced Chinese Communist Party. We don't have any enmity with Chinese people. The problem is every single citizen of China is, as I said, as a spy for one of the most wicked regimes in human history, if not the most wicked regime in human history. That is the Communist Party of China, rivaled only by the Soviet Union, who's kind of a frenemy of theirs and a sort of a friendly rival at times, not so friendly. In any case, that's the context into which the Jimmy Lai saga finds itself, in which President Trump finds himself. And understanding that as he approaches his 80s, and we have only a couple of years left during his administration, of the Trump administration, he is not a fool, President Trump. Now, I believe his position, and Vance's, Miller's, everyone's on the team, and those of us who are allies within the Republican Party for the MAGA and the America First, whatever you want to call it, sort of economic populism and nationalism within the United States, and kind of the post-Trump right future. President Trump, I fully believe, wants the United States in the best possible position, with the highest points of leverage over the Chinese Communist Party specifically. And am I going to say I'm a plan truster? I trust the plan? Well, I will say that for the better part of half a century, Donald Trump has been getting what he wants out of people who didn't want to give it.
That's true. All right, so
Actually, I saw some people in the chat, by the way, saying Andrew Breitbart. That's a great example, no question. It'd be like Andrew Breitbart being thrown in prison, which would be completely insane. We'd all be against it. We'd be talking about it constantly. And I would just say that probably the best way to explain it to people is that the Jimmy Lai, he's a modern day Solzhenitsyn. He is a modern-day Solzhenitsyn. He has been thrown into the gulag.
Don't hurt yourself now.
And he is, unfortunately, much older than Solzhenitsyn was when he was imprisoned. And he's someone who, Erica, to your point, if he's not released soon...
That was my fault.
Well, there's not much.
Yeah, he's sick. So I appreciate this whole conversation. I absolutely want to get to this with the two of you being here, since we all know and love Mike Cernovich. I really want to get this clip. I want to just kind of... Yes. I just want to talk about... We talked about the data centers a little bit this week. I wanted to get this clip in, and I'm going to play it. Let's react to it. And every time someone in the chat says, Mike blocked me, I don't know why he blocked me, take a shot. Okay, listen.
Right now, this very video is being analyzed, photographed. How does the skin look? Are his pupils dilated? Fed into an algorithm to psychologically profile me. The square footage of the room is being calculated. It's cradle-to-grave surveillance. That's why big tech wants the data centers. Now, I know as a public person, there's no way around it for me, so I don't try to do anything particularly cool to throw off the algorithm.
Mr. Marston. I will have a look
spied
around.
on. It's just the nature of the beast. But big tech, Mark Zuckerberg, vaccine mandate, funded the destruction of America, funded Black Lives Matter, funded illegal immigrants. They hired infinite H-1Bs, and now they're telling you that if we don't beat China, then the bad guys China win. But big tech are the bad guys. Who is this we? We were censored. We couldn't share the link to the Hunter Biden laptop. We were told, take the vaccine or you're going to lose your job and your livelihood. Vaccine passports? Dude, that's a dream under these data centers. They will be cradle-to-the-grave surveillance. They will suck up every picture, video you take of your kids. It will be harvested. Every movement you make will all be stored. Digital currency will be stored. This is dystopian level stuff. And that's why, because nothing I've said can be refuted, that's why big tech and Kevin O'Leary, Tucker, and people mad at Tucker, I don't really care about that. They're saying, well, this is a China talking point. I'm China, dude. I'm China, or big tech, which was funded by China. Big tech, which promotes social credit scores and censorship. Big tech, which wouldn't let us talk about COVID, which originated in China. We're China now? No way. Don't fall for this stuff, man. They're using populist messaging. They're using nationalist messaging because they want to shock color in you. They want the market base in the literal sense to control everything you do, and that's why they use data centers, and that's why they're trying to ape our language, our populist nationalist message. Oh, we gotta be China. Okay. Where are the checks, big guy? Where's the money? If it's us, and it's not just more profiteering by big tech. Where are the checks, big boys? Oh, all amongst each other. We. You're not part of the we. Don't be a slave.
So, he also said Apple makes its phones in China. Zuckerberg censored you for claiming COVID was created in a laboratory in China. NVIDIA wants to sell chips to China, and now we know they will. Big tech lobbies for infinite student visas for CCP kids. Who is at war with China? Not big tech. They are on China's side. Jack, I'm coming right to you.
I mean, you gotta love Mike Cernovich, right? People say, where's Mike been? Where is he? It's like he's this guy bet 1,000 in 2016, and now he's at like 200. He's like he's off doing this thing, he's off doing that thing. But man, when he steps into the batter's box, when he steps up to the plate, we're playing a lot of Little League lately. If you can't tell, with the boys, and we've got 2 games tomorrow and a first game actually. He just knocks out of the park. And there's nobody who knocks out of the park like Mike Cernovich. When he's on, there's no one better. And it's just as simple as that. When he wants to throw a punch, it's going to land, and he's going to get through every one of your defenses. The picture that he's able to paint, and he does, think about it, he does so at the exact moment when all of the tech leaders that we just talked about are over in China. And what did Brett Baer show us in China? He showed us that physical, the persuasion that Brett Baer did was phenomenal. Brett Baer's putting on a master class in what he's been doing. The ping pong video, if you guys saw that was going viral. He was playing ping pong with some guy at one of the parks there in Beijing, and he's walking down, he gets a parking ticket from the camera. So we're hearing about China, we're hearing about the surveillance state, but now he's giving us that visual persuasion of, we got a parking ticket within 2 minutes of illegally parking.
Surveillance state.
And so Mike is showing us that what these guys are doing isn't about like, oh, we're going to beat China. No, we're going to become China if we go down this road. They want, and I've said this for years, they want, when I say they, I'm talking about the tech elites. Tech elites, by the way, from COVID-19, they saw that as a way to institute the Chinese system on America and on the West. I just did an interview in the UK, who unfortunately are way further down this road than we are. And I used to see this so I worked in Shanghai. I was at the Shanghai American Chamber of Commerce, and
I think
you would
there's
have
a
this one museum there was called the Shanghai Planning Museum. And the backstory is that
You're
when I
all
was there,
supposed to
the
hunt.
city chairman was Xi Jinping. So that's how I, have
No
my
harm
background with Xi
done.
Jinping, is like, because he was like, the city chairman is kind of like a mayor, right, in a sense, but more like a mob boss, because that's how the
Yes,
CCP
look at
runs.
this.
And
Mine's
I got to briefly, I don't even say I met him, but I, briefly was, in the same room as him at one of the Shanghai World Expo meetings. And, just very, very up close with him. And you can see just mob boss, total mob boss. And immense power even back then. But I remember that Western leaders, Republicans and Democrats and business leaders, would come to China and they would say, so what you're saying is you can build a maglev train, and the Californians will be able to understand what we're talking about here. You can build a maglev train and it goes faster than anything else, and you get all this money to do so, and you go straight from the airport to downtown immediately without any waiting. But what about all the people who live in the path of where the train needs to be built?
Oh, good Lord.
And the Chinese communist leaders would look at them and say, what about them? He just
Out of luck.
just get out.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about these historic Shikuman buildings? These, the courtyards and the stone buildings that were ubiquitous in ancient China. So what about them? Just get them out of here. Just get rid of them. Yeah, there's no conception of rights. There's no conception of historical protection, preservation. It's all about now. What do we want? And again, that total power. It's some aphrodisiac. And so when I talked about Hong Kong before, and when you look at the Hong Kong turnover, we were told that this is going to make China more like us, because we will infect China with capitalism and infect China with British democracy and British rights and Enlightenment, and Jeffersonian democracy is just going to flourish in China. Why? Just the same way it did in Afghanistan, and the way it will in Iran, and the way it did in Iraq after all of our interventions, right?
There's a cave
and
over here.
Ultimately,
Might go through
what's actually
or up the
happened since then, and also allowing China around the same time frame to come into the World Trade Organization, giving them most favored nation status, what's happened has been the exact opposite. Is that we have become more like China, rather than China becoming more like us.
Which
and
leads me,
is the problem.
Yeah, I know. Like, I just want to highlight this for people, because it's not about making memes in AI. We're doing that now without these data centers. So I want to play another clip quickly, and Joshua, I'm going to ask you to react first. And this is Tom Massey of Kentucky, and let's watch this clip also about data centers.
First version of the big bill had a provision that would let data centers ignore state laws, and not just state laws, but local zoning laws. And I think that's wrong. I think that, I call it sorting the smokestacks from the cul-de-sacs. That's not something the federal government can do from Washington, D.C. That has to be up to a local board and local government. And in the first version of the big bill, they had a provision to overrule not just the states, but the local zoning commissions. And Marjorie Taylor Greene and I fought to get that taken out, and it was taken out, fortunately. That issue came up again recently in my Judiciary Committee. We were marking up 8 bills one day in a work session, and I noticed the number 6 on the list was to exempt data centers from 8 different environmental laws that they couldn't be sued if they didn't have the permits.
Explosion!
And, even though some of those environmental laws may be dangerous, I don't know why you would give an exemption to data centers, but not to the farmers or not to the other industries that could exist. And so I said, this is wrong to give a special privilege to and immunity to data centers. So I tweeted about it. I really, right there in real time, blew the whistle, and they decided to take it off of the schedule that day, and it's not come up since. So when people call me an obstructionist, I didn't obstruct the big, beautiful bill. We made it better by being transparent. And I have obstructed things like special privileges and immunities for data centers. And most recently, in the Farm Bill, they had a provision that was going to give special privileges and immunities. I call it a get-out-of-court free card to Monsanto Bayer, which makes glyphosate. But
okay, and he goes on from there. So, Joshua, we only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to just give you the floor right now to discuss what you just saw.
It clicks out there for a second. But the other issue is near first of all, the capacity is correct. To be very concerned about this, and the objective is, among our big tech elite, very much so to sort of follow the authoritarian path of China, because in a private business, or even a publicly traded business, you can effectively govern like a monarch. And when you try to govern like a monarch within the democratic public system of the United States, you have to engage in leverage, in lobbying, and all of these things to try to get what you want. Look at the Zuck Bucks in Wisconsin, $400 million, 2020, for basically getting Biden that state. Okay, that's how important it was for just one individual to get the one thing that he wanted. And so most of us correct that the objective is indeed to secretly train people on the Chinese party with their technology. Well, we need that technology too. We can do that. And it's worse in the United States because of, let's say, changing consumer habits. And the need for something like something that's not so secret at all to deal with, shall we say, all teens and the problems we have across the United States associated with that behavior. But data centers, there's one to be built in Clark County, Ohio. That will sound familiar to a number of viewers. What's Clark County best known for right now? Oh yeah, Springfield, the Haitian population there. So I've been working.
By the way, I've been trying so hard to pressure Joshua to write a book about this. Do you guys know that Joshua lives like what 2 towns over from there? Not to dox you, but come on, man, come on. You're in the heart of it. You're in the
I get on the state route and then I'm in Springfield. Yes. And everywhere there are no data centers, banned data centers. There's we're collecting signatures. This is a very, very, very big deal because as far as I've gathered so far, the heritage citizens of Springfield are very concerned and upset by the Haitian immigrant influx that goes back to as far as 2019, 5 years before the cats and the dogs viral memeology that kind of became the story. Most recently, there's a data center that is scheduled to be built and construction's already underway right alongside a new neighborhood. So people have been buying homes in this new development, not realizing that there's this massive data center that's being built over there. And of course, there's the tax breaks, there's the invitation by the city and the county to have this built here, there's all sorts of what the people deem sketchy that's happening here. I've been to city commission meetings in Springfield, and the latest one that most recent one that I went to, one of the heritage citizens got up and explained how upset they were by this large tract of land being sold to a commercial developer in order to build a data center there. And the mayor, Rob Brew, is his name, kind of shrugged it off and basically said, well, it's privately owned land, and privately owned sellers can do whatever they want with privately owned land, so suck it up, Buttercup. I'm paraphrasing what he said there. But that is the problem, in my opinion, with one nation under GDP, not GOD, which is sort of the old World Republican Party.
I don't think
where
we should go
it's
any further. I'll be
Whatever it takes to make
You
money,
go
cash
ahead.
money, cash money.
I don't want
Keep
to
number
slow
one
you
money.
down.
Number
You
one.
sure you're all right?
Number go
Just
up.
need
Yeah,
to
number
take
go
it
up
slow.
Americans. Don't forget
Go
the
on.
hyphen. And that's just not nationalist
I'll catch
populism.
up.
That's not
Or
what
see you on
America
the way
First
down.
or MAGA are about. That's what President Trump is about. And right
Don't
now,
worry
there's a
about
new,
me. Go look for Van der
it's
Linde.
called either a task
Good
force
luck.
or a committee that the Ohio legislature, let's see, yes, so there's an Ohio Prohibition of Data Center Construction Amendment that is being pushed right now. Let's see, yeah, 5C data centers and parent organization, Hypertech. They're planning on the 75 megawatt Prime Ohio Park facility.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so they're claiming
You
that
go
they're going to
ahead.
be able to
I
independently
just need
fund
to
all the
rest a
things
while.
they need, but the biggest drain is the water and county water. And Springfield and Clark County infrastructure is noticeably aging to be polite to the city itself. And the spirit is the data centers are like vacation migrants. You're putting them here without asking us about it.
That's
and
right.
you get the benefit, and we have to pay for it.
And just permission to steal one more minute from you guys. I just want to show visually. I'll even turn off Alex Jones' voice, but I just want you guys to understand. A lot of people don't even know what a data center could look like. Look at this.
It's the size of a large town. Yeah, look at this crap. These are the smaller ones. There's a big one they're building in the west. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for a new life form. This is for a robot takeover. The 5Gs, they have all the drones and robots, and everything's deliverable. It's all about getting you out of your cars, making you obsolete. This is absolutely hellish what is being done. And it just goes on for mile after mile after mile after mile of what they're building. Yeah, look at this one, Salt Lake City, Utah. Look at the size of that. We'll come back before our guest comes on the first time to play.
So I just really appreciate these two topics today, because it is like, once they're here, they're here. The government doesn't undo anything. They just keep marching forward. So I am so proud of the people. Like just one woman in New Jersey got one to stop. There's many more planned in New Jersey, but fight this, you guys. It's like, again, what is this for? Why do we need this?
Data centers in space is probably the future. I think Jack has to scoot right now, but
Yeah,
I think data centers in space is probably the
actually
future.
hard out. But you guys feel free to chat. Thanks for having me on. Always love being here.
Thank you, Jack.
Always thinking about Scott, and it's funny watching some of this stuff at the China meeting. I can hear Scott in my mind just commenting as certain things happen. It's just he rewired our minds,
Yeah,
and
he did that.
that's a true gift that he gave to all of us.
Amen. Thank you. We're all going to scoot. Actually, we all have to move on to life. But I would love to have you guys back on together. This was so fun. And I just appreciate the conversation. I hope that this was useful for everybody. Scott wants us all to be useful. So I think just today was great. It was great. Joshua, thank you so much. Everybody here in the chat. Oh, it wouldn't be a show unless I played this real quick. I'm obsessed. Okay, so thank you everybody in the chat for being here at the Scott Adams School. Oh, Owen's doing the after party tomorrow on Spaces on X, so he will be there. Usual time. We will repost this show after. I'm so sorry, YouTube. Rumble and YouTube sometimes just get cranky with each other. But we'll also be back on Monday with Marcella and Owen. We have Gad Sad on Thursday, Suicidal Empathy. So let's say our goodbyes now. And we always thank Scott and Shelley for allowing the show to continue. And as Scott would say, get out there and be useful. Have a great weekend. And a closing sip to our beloved Scott. To Scott, guys. Thank you, Joshua.
It's my pleasure, Erica. Thanks for having us on.
We love having you on. We're going to grab you again soon.
Yeah, take care.
Bye, guys.
Let's make this quick. Get off me! Tough one, ain't you?
My ears are popping.
Stupid damn animal! Wait for me! Oh, Lord. This is nasty. This is dirty. I'm sorry, mister. That's what I've been after.
I wonder if I could buy dynamite card.